Alrighty, moving on with our lives here. So something that I've noticed now with the light map is that we are suddenly very blocky, and so I want to figure out why that is. I think that it's my absolute goal to figure out why that is right now. This is with just direct lighting, so no indirect or anything. And so let's try and figure out why that is. Something that I noticed earlier that was happening. I'm not sure why. But it was strange. The texels are like super okay, I just fixed it. Digit argument 2. I just fixed it. It's the blur. Okay, so it is the blur that's the problem. So that's what I wanted to figure out before I got into it today. Okay, so that's going to be a part of what I have to do today is the blur. What I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out a way to basically, during light map generation for each face, I'm going to cache lists of indices that are the texels that are within the face, and so we'll just walk the adjacent triangle adjacency map to figure out during runtime what we need to smooth over. But you do see that there are those harsh edges, and the reason why is probably this albedo thing. We're sampling just at each texel rather than bilinearly sampling, so that's probably what we should do to remove those. So I should make a function that does that. Before I do so, though, I want to I copied from the Erickson book this closest point on triangle implementation, and then that's what I'm going to port over, because apparently that is going to help fix the collision issues that I've been having with kind of porting the old engine's collision logic to this. And so this is apparently the shit. So we're just going to try and port this over and see if this works. So I mean, let's give it a shot, right? Let's just take it one step at a time and not get overwhelmed, right? Because we have to have our own conventions for everything, and so I just want to make sure that we don't fuck anything up. I wonder if everybody just copies this word for word, or what the deal is, but let's just give it a shot. Give it a shot. It does seem pretty expensive, but if this is what helps it, I did read, the basics of what it does with the Voronoi regions or whatever, but V at this point is a float. I don't know why I wrote it that way. I kind of wonder maybe I should make macros that are kind of like operator overloading, because that would help with the verbosity of the code for sure, to some degree in the engine stuff that I do. I don't really know what it would entail though, but it maybe is useful. possibly. If this doesn't work, then I don't know what will. But apparently it's a thing. That was A, right? Yeah. This is why I hate comments on the end of lines, because then you do capital A in Helix and then it just ruins your whole day. I wonder why there isn't a C. Why there isn't stuff with C. Unless I fucked up. I don't think I did. We can of course just undo and make sure. No, I didn't fuck up. It's just all the projections happen from C on the inside, I guess. That's fine. And then here's the denominator at the end. And then he wrote this one this way. You silly, 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 silly goose. This is the thing that I do hate about C. So you do end up with a lot of things like this. And it's like, you know, but the alternative to that is operator overloading, which is also dog shit. So there's really no happy zone for me. This is similar to what I had before, by the way. It just deals with a lot of edge cases, I think. Basically what I was doing was I was doing distance to the edges and then distance to the points and then projecting the point onto the plane and then returning the distance that was the closest. And just for the sake of testing this out, we will be doing that. And you know, hopefully that handles it. I have no clue. Okay, well, we aren't falling through the ground. Yeah, I mean, I think it's working. I think it's just my my resolution code is the problem now. If I just do one iteration, then it'll probably be permanently fine. I think the problem is that it hits infinity. Yeah. It also is sort of bumpy. Let's try that. Or if it's greater than 0.4f. Wait, I'm being fucking stupid. Oh no, yeah, greater than, yeah. Let's try just doing this is greater than, because this is technically, it should be, that's our radius, so. Okay, well that's, that's obviously not fucking correct. I wonder why it's so bumpy. Maybe I did transcribe it wrong, I'm not sure. It goes bumpy when it hits 1. Why would the distance be 1 ever? Huh. I need to do more testing with it. Maybe I just need like an epsilon, because everything is like really close to 0.4. No, yeah, no. No, yeah, of course this is not gonna work, yeah. Because then it's just gonna wait to the point where it's at 3.8 and then push you up like here, and then it pushes you up. What the hell? My terminal just stopped scrolling. Windows terminal. I saw a 3.1 somewhere. Yeah, right here. You're learning Rust? Alright. 0.31. Yeah, it goes 0.35 and then 0.31. Yeah, maybe I transcribed it wrong. Or maybe I'm supposed to be using... Maybe I'm supposed to be using 0.4 squared. Let's try that. Trying to learn Rust? Yeah, Rust is cool. Yeah, no, this is completely fucked. No, yeah, definitely not. Definitely wrong. I could square both. Yeah, it is. If I had a guess, it's when you go down to 3.5-ish. Huh. ISFCA term. So stop using Steelix. Cool. Yeah, ISFCA is really good. ISFCA is really good. You should stick to learning a language though, for sure. I think at the end of the day, I don't really think the language you use matters that much. Fuck. Yeah, I used it. It's a bit too orange for me though. But I mean that might just be a skill issue, to be honest. It is a bit orange. Sorting mention, yeah, sorting is awesome. I wonder what part is exactly giving me troubles. It's kind of hard to know. ACW. A plus, yeah. Just making sure that I did everything correctly. I think I did. ABV plus, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty much working. It's just let me try something. Let me try the point and triangle test on top of this actually. That might actually be the reason why we may be getting stuff that we're not on. No. Yeah, it's in between the edges of triangles. Yeah, I may have to do a bit more research. I was just doing this. I just kind of like sat down at the computer and I just like did some quick Google searching. And then I found this formula and people on some forums saying, hey, just use this formula, bro. And so I was like, okay, I may just like try and implement that real quick. But it looks like not the case. Maybe I'm stupid for thinking that just the formula is going to fix all my problems. Let's try it without the BVH. Right now the BVH is obviously dictating what triangles we test. Now we're going to be a lot slower doing this, testing every goddamn triangle. And it's completely smooth. Okay, so it's not the formula. It's not the formula. It is 100% our BVH. Let's try with just the point test and not the ray. Holy shit. Okay. So you know what I realized, that you can actually, I was thinking about this last night, what you can do is you can take a bounding box and then just stretch it out by the player radius afterwards, which is something that I didn't consider. You could technically also do the same thing though on the initialization of the bounding boxes, which happens down here. You could just add 0.4 to them. I'm just going to do 0.41 just to be safe, because 0.4 is player radius. So player radius is now always going to be in a bounding box. Well, it still is fucking awful though. Okay, well maybe that idea doesn't work. Shit. This file is already too big for me. Really? It's like exactly the same. Okay, let's see if both start and end points are in the bounding box. See how we are getting like so close to the ground every time? That's because the bounding boxes are so constricted to the triangles. Oh, you know what I just realized? Just because we artificially make them larger at the end doesn't actually mean we artificially make them all the interior bounding boxes. We aren't actually changing the interior bounding boxes, which is what we want to actually do, because we're testing all the interior ones as well. So really what we have to do is do that here. We have to do this here and then artificially stretch it out later. We can also just pre-compute that, but just for my proof of concept here, I need to give this a shot. All right, now this should work, theoretically. Yeah, so it does. It does. The reason why it's so slow is because of us printing out everything all the time. But yeah, this seems completely working. Okay, so it wasn't Ericsson that had a problem. It was my BVH traversal that had a problem. Also, very sad to know that my spacebar on this keyboard is going after many years. So it broke earlier, and it just hasn't felt the same since. I had to kind of try and fix it, but yeah, it's kind of sticky. All right, so cool. We got the collision fixed after yesterday, having a whole thing about it. I think that this problem was definitely a part of it. Just before we move on, though, what I want to try is we already are doing it. We already are doing it continuous. So that's all of that. So that's cool to get that figured out. I guess next we can do some other stuff. Part of it of what I wanted to do next was getting bilinear filtering for when we sample the albedo from the texture in the light mapping. And I'm just going to copy the exact same formula that I use down here to do it. I'm probably going to put it in its own function, but it's not going to be simple since we're sampling from a texture. So it's not going to be simple at all, because we're going to have to do some interpolation. So let's figure out how to do it. It's not going to be easy though. Yeah, so we're going to do the typical stuff here where we floor it and then take the +1 and then we clamp. Wants me to make my computer in Polish so she can read your messages on Discord. That's funny. What does she think you're saying on Discord? Okay. So we don't want to do this yet over there. We want to do this down here. And then we just need a sample at each of those instead of hold on. No, yeah, so this needs to be multiplied before it gets okay. So vec2 chord equals uvs dot x. It's just gonna be this actually. This, I'm not even clicking right now. My mouse is going, my keyboard's going, and I have no money to replace them. Fuck off. I forgot what I said about the sorting theme. It's just too orange for me. But I mean, that's just It's just a personal thing. I thought that his was more green, more white and green, from what I remembered it as. But maybe I just remembered it wrong. But I think if I make one again, it's just gonna be plain white and green. I think. So it's just not gonna be casted to int, right? That's the only difference. Gween? Did I say Gween? Sorry. Okay, and then you just do this to do the interpolation. Except here you have to do the funny thing. Oh my gosh, see, I'm not even clicking when it does that. I'm just gonna do it this way. It's gonna be really, really shitty and slow. But then we can put it in it. I didn't even click there, and I went down there. It's kind of. Yeah, this computer is falling apart at the seams lately. Yeah, so let's just do this, and then we'll just do What do you mean no? What do you mean no? Okay, now we just need to do that 3 times. I didn't say Gween. Oh, thanks. Thank you for having my back. C1 and then X0 and then almost done, and just one more. This is 1 and 1. Okay. And now our albedo equals that. And that should be filtered. Okay. I think I did everything correctly. This is supposed to be diff height and diff width, which is just the width and the height of the diffuse texture. That's what we're sampling. And yeah, looks a lot. There are no more weird there is some drifting, with the movement. Might be one at the point where you should probably like project against the surface again. Whatever, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna redo all of the movement stuff at some point anyway. But yeah, to give a side by side with what it was before, we can just get rid of this. Oh wait, this didn't actually do this. Oh, my bad. That wasn't it at all. Okay, so this is actually still kind of shitty because you can still see the those black lines are. What are the black lines? They're black lines? What black lines? Oh, in the yeah, I can get rid of that. That's just the player hitbox. That's just the player hitbox getting rendered. I should probably get rid of that. I'm just so used to it and I don't even think about it anymore. Yeah, it's kind of it's interesting because it kind of like swirls around because it's a convex hull. Yeah, even with bilinear filtering, you're kind of, I mean, we do have like a really low texel size, so that's also a part of it, but yeah, it's not great. We can kind of like check how bad it is if we just use the light map, and that should show that it's pretty bad. See, that's pretty bad. But I mean, the texel size is so low that I can't really do much about it. But I believe that does match up with what we're seeing, right? That isn't like, it isn't off, right? With how the texture is, right? Like the light stuff was over here, yeah. Yeah, it does match up. It's just it's really that you can see the edges. That's the problem. That's really the problem. Yeah, I don't think any amount of filtering is going to solve that though. With a larger texel size, it's fine, but yeah. What are you talking about? What was that? What is that? ASMR? What? Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna move on. And yeah, I will get rid of the black lines, sure. Let us see where that is. That's right here. Okay. I mean, we do have a really small texel size, but should be able to get away with it. Maybe it'll get better when we have blur. Maybe it'll get better once we have the blur. I should focus on getting the blur down, and then we can worry about it. Okay, so the blur is actually really tricky to do because we have to go across triangles. So we have to figure out how to do that. There's so much water. Why is there so much water from my ice cup? What are you smoking? Okay, so each triangle will have the indices of all of the texels that it has. I think what we're just going to do what is on the UVI? What is on the UVI again? It has the UVs, the rect, and then a vector for the triangles, which is size T. We can just, during light map baking, what we can do is allocate a buffer to the size of tries, a buffer of buffers of indices. So it's going to be each triangle allocates a buffer, pushes on its indices, its texels. This is going to be confusing. It's this. So for each UVI during light map baking, we will allocate on UVI texels. We will calc to tries count. We will calc that many vectors. And then per triangle, we will init vector for whichever one it is. Amber alert. Okay, so per triangle we will initialize a vector of new texels, and then per texel we will push them on here. And we will push them on at the end once we're done with it. We will pointer vector expand texels by 1, and we will set IDX equal to index. Okay. This means that at the end we have to free all of these, by the way. Which is what I'm going to do now. At the end we have to free all of them. We can free them in here actually, which is fine. Let me just grab the texels thing here. And from here we just, if texels buffer, free texels buffer, that's absolutely fine. And then we want to Okay, well, there's just a problem that I just figured out in my head, right? You, of course, need to make sure here if UVI tries dot count is greater than 0. I didn't really assert that before. Because now we're going to free it. If UVI, you have to do it at the end, of course. Texels and no memory leaks because we're smart programmers and we freed everything. Okay, now that we have our texels per triangle, now we need to blur across every triangle, every texel across every triangle. So we can build on this blur, but it's going to be different. It is going to be different. Instead of going by rect and padding and all of that, what we're going to do is go per texel and surrounding texels on the adjacency map. It's going to be different than this. Now, when I did this in my last game engine, if anybody is here from that period, what I did was I created what I called blur voxels, which were literal voxels in space that were the connective tissue of each light map texel to other light map texels. What I have now is something way better, which is an adjacency map. Each triangle knows what triangle it's adjacent to. And so if each triangle knows which texels it owns, then we can simply step through the adjacency map recursively until we are out of range from our center in a radius. So that's what I'm going to attempt to do. It's not going to be easy, but let's figure out where my triangle adjacency is. It's on the mesh itself. So that's something, right? Is we are going to go how does our blur happen? That's something. We go the blur radius and then we add into ACK and then we divide by the count at the end. Okay. So we can do something, this is just a box blur. We can do something similar to this, but yeah, so we can just go by islands. This is what I was wondering. We can just literally go by islands. It's completely fine to do so. Completely fine to do so. Okay, so we can go by islands and then per triangle in the island, which is like the typical way of going about it. And then the good thing about this is that from here we can get the mesh to get the triangle adjacency, and you see what I'm getting at here. Now what this won't be able to do, right, is it won't be able to blur across different meshes, which is a legitimate concern for sure. There's not much I can do about it though. Not much I can do about it at all. I really like this file is getting to a point, right? So I'm just going to get the initialization stuff here so that I don't have to fucking write it again. Something else that's annoying, right, is that this Also, something that I haven't really confronted yet is that our mesh nodes are supposed to refer to our meshes, and our meshes are not supposed to refer to our mesh nodes. Our mesh nodes are supposed to be the duplicated data for instancing meshes, right? And instead right now I have meshes that reference mesh nodes just for the simplicity of things. But eventually we want the mesh nodes. The mesh node is what has all the transforms, all that stuff. So we're gonna have quite a refactor to do once I decide to do that. So unfortunately, that is what's happening. Okay, we don't need this. We don't want to do this. I just want the boilerplate. Okay. So we're gonna loop through all of the triangles here, but we want to get our triangle adjacency from the mesh for each triangle. So triangle adjacency triage. Actually, let's just get it from the mesh up here. Equals m triadjacency. And we don't only want to go on triangles that are adjacent to this, because once again, triangle adjacency is an edge that is shared, not just a point, right? So we want to recursively walk it until we get a triangle that has no texels in it that we blur, right? We want to walk it in a for loop, right? So we'll have a function that processes the blur and adds on to a vec3, and then also has an int pointer that it's adding onto for the current texel. So let's do this, right? So we'll have a process triangle blur, and this will take in obviously the triangle adjacency, triage, the mesh. Well, the mesh gives you the triage, so we don't really need to do that. I already have something that walks it and does the walk coplanar adjacency, so I could just look at my implementation here and see what I did. So I do pass in triage. So that is important. FS and points are the mesh. Okay, so let's just do that. And we will need a vec3 pointer what do I want to call this? Let's just call it ACK and an int pointer count that we're just going to increase, right? every time we hit a texel that falls within the range. Okay, so this is how we get the edge. We get it from the tri-edge by doing this. And we want to go through tries j. But we also want to process this triangle. So do I need the... Yeah, edge I. So I need the face index here. So this is going to be face index. First of all, we have to process everything that's within this triangle. So that's the first thing. Right. We need to also pass in we could pass in the islands, and then from there we can get the let's just pass in the vector pointer texels. And then we'll get the t local equals texels by the face IDX. And then we want to go through everything that's in t local count, all of the texels that are within this triangle. And then we will process them there using this formula here. We also need to get, though, we need to get light map texel pointer let's call it texel list, just so that this is readable, right? And then our actual texels are going to be in here. So we're going to get our current texel. At text index by. We have to cast it. So this is going to be size t pointer tl equals cast vec t local dereference t local size t, and then we will do tl index by I. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. This is very complicated, right? Okay. So, now that we have our texel, we will find the length between this texel position and our original position, which we will also have to pass into this. It's a lot of arguments to this function. I know, trust me. I know. It's a recursion thing. You wouldn't understand. So we're gonna use the length of sub, the T pause, and our original pause, and then also be taking in a radius. If this is greater than radius, and then I copied this earlier, yeah. So this is just gonna be this. This is not a fast way of doing this, but just for now, we're just gonna do that. Is this squared? No, we square root it. I definitely have this. There we go. Okay. So now what we do is ac x plus equal t I need UV buffer in here. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Hey, if the code works, you know what I mean? It's so nice that Clang tells me that this is a thing. Because I remember distinctly being a young programmer fellow and making that mistake. So it's nice that Clang tells me that now, after I've learned my lesson, you know what I mean? Okay, so after that, we'll have a local count. If local count, then we want to propagate. If there is no local texels that we process, then we just want to cut it off, right? We will take this edge, and then we will for loop through it, similar to what I do here. And then we'll just call process triangle blur on all of these. Right? And then you just have to write out the function call. And just pretend like everything is fine. The texel list is the texel list of the master texel list, so that's fine. This is the master one, that's fine, that's fine. The face index is going to change. It's going to be the tri-adj. It's going to be adj I. Then the tri-adj is fine. The ACK, the count, the pos, and the R all stay the same. That's quite a function call. That's quite a function call. Okay. We're making it happen. We're making it happen. And we're just going to parallelize this and call it from here. And I think that then we're good. The only problem is that now we have to bring everything into this, which you hate to have to do. Also, this, we shouldn't call this texels, we should call this UV buffer. Okay, I think that actually you just do that like that. But okay, so we're gonna have a vec3 ACK equals 0 and vec3 at a int count equals 0. I'm just realizing something now is that I have to find a way to avoid the texel adding into the texel that we are currently in. Don't know how to do that. I don't want to put another argument into this function if I can avoid it. Also, I'm realizing that I need to iterate the texels out here as well, which is pretty cursed, to be completely honest. I wish I could just call process triangle blur on it. I think I can. Let's just pass in a skip. A skip IDX. Just pass in a skip IDX. If TLI skip IDX continue, just so that we don't add ourself into our blur. Light map texel pointer text. Okay. UV buffer. Face IDX. Tries. Pause. Okay, I have to figure that out in a sec. Okay. If count is greater than 0, then we equal act divided by count. Maybe we do want to have, hold on, I think we actually don't want to have a skip IDX. Yeah. If count is greater than 0, then you just want to add into this. Oh, we need a temp. We do need a temp. You're so right. You're so right, actually. You are so right. I don't know why I used to mem copy things like that. Why are you mem copying, dude? Just literally swap the pointers and then free the other one. Am I stupid? I think I was just stupid back then. Okay, I mean we have our function. We have our function. LD text, LD atlas, UV buffer, and an R. This is in a radius in world space. We're gonna try 1 first, and we're gonna see if we segfault, or I mean now that this is doing so much, there's just a possibility that this takes forever. Is there a bug in here? the window open. Okay, we seg faulted, so let's see. TLI. Okay. I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. Okay. UVI texels. I knit it to size T. I cast it to size T, expand it. Texels 1. Okay, I may be indexing it by tries J and not texels J. Let's see. I index it by J out here. Maybe. I go by face IDX instead of the IDX inside of the island. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Alright, this idea isn't gonna work with the texel list on the UV islands. I don't know why I thought it was going to work, but yeah, it's definitely not going to work. It needs to be per triangle, per mesh. We can't go because the adjacency map only goes triangle to triangle on the mesh, not actually on the texels. Where am I gonna put it is the question. Where am I gonna put it? I need to store it on the mesh itself. That's the only answer, actually. Yeah, it needs to be on the mesh itself. We can free it after, but it needs to be on the mesh itself. And since this is going to be instance data, since it's instance data, it should technically go on the mesh node instead of the mesh. We can get a little bit of headway on that refactor by doing that. God, this is such a pain in the ass. Well, it's not going to code itself. It is not going to code itself. Can I run my code? Not right now. I'm kind of in the middle of something. I mean, sure, if you want me to comment this out and run it and see. Yeah, per node we're gonna need it. There. It has no it is no indirect lighting turned on right now, so it's just kind of boring. But that's it. So whenever we get a new mesh node during light map generation, we need to allocate it onto there. In fact, let's go to UV Island and then take this off of it so that we can remove all the references to it. Alright, let's do this. So we will have a vector out here, unique mesh nodes, and this is just going to take tell us which mesh nodes have been emitted yet. We're going to init this we're going to init this like that, and then I fucking hate how this doesn't... Clang doesn't like my macros for whatever reason. if it equals the current mesh node, then unique goes false. If unique, we will vector expand by 1. Okay. And if it's unique, we also need to allocate onto the mesh node the buffer. And it's gonna go to the mesh tries.count. And then we want to get that vector incompatible pointer types. Okay, so oh, that's a bird. I thought there was a really big bug outside my window. We're gonna go tries j. That was the whole point of this, so that we can go tries j now. Okay. So that works. The problem is that now freeing them becomes a fucking pain in the ass. Freeing them becomes an absolute pain in the ass. It's actually not that bad, it's just not code that I want to write right now, if you get what I mean. Alright, let's cast this vec. So that I don't have to write that fucking line again. Wait, hold on a second. That's not actually... There we go. I always have to check here if m tries dot count is greater than 0. You know, just for whatever fucking reason. If you have a mesh with 0, else mn texel list needs to equal null. Okay, that's handled. Then you don't go through the count. You need to get the mesh. You need to get the mesh from mn mesh, and then you go through the mesh tries. And then you have to get the MFs from here, and then you go if mn texel list j dot buffer free mn texel list j.buffer. We have to make sure that they're initialized per triangle, or else we're gonna seg fault. I think that we do that for sure. Wait, no, we don't. It's calced. It's calced. It's calced. It's calced. It's fine. And I don't wanna talk about it. Oh, you broke my heart. Okay. Alright, we've freed them. We've successfully freed them. I feel free. Do you feel free? Do you feel free? Alright, sorry. I'm a bit unhinged right now. This is like really crazy code. Okay, so this is going to be mn texel list now. And do we just pass it along and it's fine? And now we can just index it by face IDX? Is it really fine? We go tries j. Is that fine? Okay, apparently we're not fine. Let's see. Casvec T local size T. 1070. Shit. The fuck are we talking about? Do I not allocate this properly? Let me see if I just allocate it. Because if I allocate it, it should be to the right size. I do allocate it. I allocate twice. Which is exactly the correct... So obviously we don't have any problem here. It's the first time, you know, allocating an array of vectors, I guess, like this, but do I call blur after I free? No, I don't. I don't. I'm just gonna print out the indices. It's at index 0, so the very first one. Textlist is null. How is it null? It gets allocated. Oh. Oh no, 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 no. Oh shit. It's size of vector pointer. Oh. Or no, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Let's see if it gets set to null afterwards. No. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. I don't get it. I need to test something. And how I'm going to test it is I'm just going to comment out the initialization stuff and just see if something I do at some point makes it null. It's never not null. What do I do that makes it null? Let's get rid of all of this, I guess. Fuck. What in the middle makes it null? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Why is this null? Should not be. It's gonna be something dumb once I figure this out. It's gonna be something so stupid, I feel like. Oh my gosh. See, that's why, yeah. We're just gonna pretend like that didn't happen. We're just gonna pretend like that didn't happen. Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. It's alright, it's alright. It's alright, it's fine. Yeah, I casted it to the wrong thing. I even thought that I cast one of these vectors to the wrong type. I thought that. And let's see where we break. Dis2 in mathf. Process triangle blur. Dis2 segfault. This smells like a recursion thing. A, B, segfault. Okay. It's a segfault. And, like, why? Is it because of T-pause? Alright, let's try with a lower radius, I guess. Let's try with a really small radius and then see. See again. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, I didn't press the fucking... I think that it is an infinite recursion issue. Somehow. No, it's the same segfault. But there's no dividing by 0 or anything. The only thing I can think of is that, like, there's some overflow or something. So I can just, like, print vec3 with both of the positions and then see if we go out of bounds at the point of the segfault. That's what I am going to assume happens. Nothing can ever be easy. Well, you know, sometimes it is, but I don't remember those times. I only remember when things are hard. See, this is the downside of this, is that now we're going to print out everything instead of just the segfault thing. Which is... Oh, you know what I just realized? We're just going to go back and forth in between the same triangles again and again. Oh. We don't actually... Oh. How do I do the coplanar adjacency stuff? Do I have a list that I'm checking every time so that we don't add the same triangles? Build adjacency map? Or not in here. In here. when I do this, is similar plane. Oh, I do have a try list. I do have a try list. Yeah, that one. Yeah, you gotta do that. You gotta have that. That one's absolutely necessary. I'm gonna leave that there just in case. Just so that we can come back to it. But yeah, we probably do need a list of triangles that we've tried that we've tried so far. Or texels. I'm trying to figure out, do I want to do the texels or do I want to do the triangles? For now, we'll do triangles. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's just do this up here. And we'll just, at the end of each one, we'll just set try list dot count equals 0. We'll just do it this way. So that we don't have to keep resizing a vector. We just have a vector that just goes and deals with things for us. That's what I'm going to call it. A vector that just goes and deals with things for us. Okay, so we're just going to call it try list and just like pass it in there. Does it have to be a vector pointer? No, yeah, it does. It does. Okay. And then we're just gonna go through it. I knew that this wasn't gonna be trivial, but I didn't know it was gonna be this hard. Something. No one told me that it would be easy, but no one told me that it would be this hard. Something. Coldplay. Okay. Alright, there we go. I implemented it. Why are we mad? Are we, oh, because I didn't put it here. Okay, I implemented it. And now we will no longer loop infinitely, right? Correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so everything is black. just to make sure that we're alive, I'm just gonna do this, and we can see if we're alive or if it's just the light map is 0. Okay, so that's what I was worried about. That's exactly what I was worried about. See, GDB isn't telling me anything. GDB, if I run it with GDB, it says, yo, it's all good. It's all good. It's not all good. Trust me, if it was all good, then we would be chilling. We're not chilling. We're not chilling. We need to make sure that it's during blurring that the problem is, and it's not like some freeing thing. Okay, how about this? How about this? Let's not actually change anything. Let's just do the iteration. Okay. So it's this. Oh, right. We need a double pointer. We need a double pointer then. Oh, we need a double pointer then. Yeah, we do. You're so right, we do. You're so right, we do. You're so right, we do. You are so right, we do. Double pointer magic. Damn, why does it look like ass though? Why does it look like complete fucking trash, bro? It looks absolutely ass. Larger blur? Larger blur. Oh shit, with a large blur it doesn't even look that bad. I don't wanna talk about it. We do have some little, you know, little, you know, going on. I wonder why that is. Little ink. See over there, you get a little ink. Overall, I'm surprised. This actually looks good. This actually looks not bad. Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's only with the blur, right? Let's just make sure that that's only with the blur. and that I didn't change something else somewhere. That is indeed only with the blur. Boots with the fur, Yeah, sorry. Oh, if count is greater than 0, else temp idx equals UV buffer tidx. No, stop. I don't wanna talk about it. Now, how those have 0 count? What? What is that? Why did that break? Why did that break? Oh, you have to do it like this. Yeah, those are two different things, and see, it's just a Z thing. Wait, what the fuck are we talking about? Why is that out of bounds? Let's just prove my point here. So that I know that I'm a sane person. Now the corner should end up white. Okay, now I broke something. Wait, what? What? This was just working. Or did I have blurring off? Maybe I turned it off and I didn't even realize. No, I definitely had it on. Because it was blurred. Okay. So this works. Except sometimes it doesn't. Okay, this proves my point with the ones, because that gets a little bit, and then that gets a little bit, yeah. Then over here we have that and that and that, yeah. So this proves my point. But you're telling me that I can't go UV buffer tidx. You're telling me that I can't do this. I think the syntax is that. There we go. Okay. It took me a while to figure it out, but that's it. The real question is, why is count 0 there? Also, that doesn't look, it doesn't look right, really. Is it even possible that a given triangle would have a count of 0 for it? I don't think so. Maybe we shouldn't be going on by local count and I don't know. Go based on triangle centroid position versus it. But this obviously isn't working. I don't know why it looks brighter. Here's a test, here's a test, here's a test. Let's just do this. Let's try and see. Huh. Yeah, it may just be that the albedo at some points is just brighter, so that's actually probably fine. What is concerning is that the t-local count for the first one probably goes to 0 for that. Yeah, obviously the algorithm is working. Maybe I should try a different heuristic than local count greater than 0, though. Yeah, but you can't go based on centroid, on a triangle centroid, because a triangle could be very large, right? Triangle could be very large. I wish I could find a way to figure out what's happening. If it's a not unique or if it's this. Those are the two options. Because a texel should always have itself the first time. When I go to process triangle blur, it should always have itself. It should always have itself. What I'm guessing is happening is that there's a triangle with only one singular texel. And it determines that itself is somehow out of range. I could just bump the radius up, of course, but I don't want to do that. I want to figure out why this is happening. I could move this in. I could move this in for now. Just to make sure there is no what? Wait, really? 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 Wait, really? 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 Huh. I guess setting the count to 0 isn't enough. Why? We should only be iterating to tryless count. And vector expand only goes based on count. That's bizarre. That is bizarre. I don't want to be freeing a buffer for every texel, obviously. Like, that's stupid. Why is there, like, is there something that I don't understand here? If you have a buffer and a count, like, what? There's something that I'm not seeing here with this. Like, why does it only work with a fresh buffer every time? Me setting the count to 0 should absolutely work. Absolutely. And it does, like 99.99% of the time. So when does it break? Maybe it overflows or something. I don't cast it to the wrong type, right? No, I do not. I cast it to the right type. Okay. Yeah, it's weird. If the count is at 0, then it should, on a fresh one, it just shouldn't iterate at all. So this is weird to me. In fact, let's print the count just to prove that somehow this isn't at 0. No, it is high. Oh, I'm parallelizing it. That's why. Oh, I'm parallelizing it. That would be why. That is why. Okay, yeah. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I'm officially very dumb. Very, very, very dumb. So there are still lines and stuff. It's not nearly as bad as it was before. At a higher texel size, then it's going to be a lot better. With any more blur, I think that it's going to get washed out a bit. We can try it. 2 is pretty heavy, and it's gonna take a long time to blur. I mean, not that bad. Yeah, now the aliasing goes away. Alright, well that took way longer than I expected it to, even though I knew it was going to be a pain in the ass. At least I got it done, right? At least I got it done. Yeah, the collision stuff is kind of annoying. Well, now that that's done, I think the light mapping is kind of, you know, at a good stopping point right now. I'm kind of happy with it. We got a cheaper way to, now of course, like we can't really, so if we're gonna like do OMP here and we want to do it fast, we can probably do this. This is probably like the fastest way of doing it, is per, actually, yeah, per thread, per triangle, just have, let's see how fast this goes in comparison. Yeah, it's a bit faster, right? So you can't do that. It's of course, you know, a lot of malloc and free, but you know, at the end of the day, it's whatever. I mean, if you have like a p thread thing going on, then you could, you know, do it more specific, I guess. Anyway, pretty cool. Though, moving on with our lives, actually, you know what, before we move on, I want to test it with the indirect light. Just to see what it looks like. I just commented in like an insane amount of code that's not relevant anymore. So there's 2 things that I can work on next. The whole point of this engine is I want it to have very realistic movement, like insanely realistic. I kind of want to make like very trippy visuals, but with like very realistic movement, and have that kind of contrast. So I don't really know how to do that. I've done like a tiny bit of research on it, and gotten like really nothing back other than, oh, you can make the head bob with inverse kinematics. You know, like really, I don't think anybody's kind of doing what I want to do, which is literally have a system for having limbs, right, that each have their own response with footsteps and like keyframing, kind of like where their position is in real time, right? Like, so if you like start moving, right, your left foot goes, you know, and then it reaches and then goes down, right, and then your right foot goes once the left foot plants, you know, after a certain amount of time. Like, that's kind of what I want to do, right? And then each have offsets so that, you know, the left foot would be higher on this than your right foot here, and you would have like a little bit of a tilt or whatever, you know. That's kind of what I plan on doing, though doing it seems pretty complex, so I don't know if I'm going to get into that right now, but that's the eventual goal. A big refactor needs to happen though, with obviously the mesh instancing and stuff. I don't really have a way of having multiple instances of the same mesh with different transform matrices, which is pretty important actually, to have that. And so we do need to figure that out. And that's not fun code to write, but it is necessary. So really all of these take in mesh right now, but they should take in mesh node. Mesh node is the instanced mesh. Mesh node should have everything. Also, they should be closer to each other than they are right now. That was kind of bothering me earlier, how mesh node is all the way up here. Mesh should not reference the mesh node, because the mesh node is the instance of the mesh. The mesh may have many mesh nodes, right? I just want to check inside of here. All of this stuff is fine to be per mesh. Yeah. It's just mesh node that needs to go. Mesh node needs to go. And then this will reference the mesh. And that's that. Just getting rid of that should give us a bunch of errors that we can resolve each, right? So right here, where this MB goes to mesh node, our mesh nodes always have to go to the mesh, not otherwise. So the first thing that needs to happen is that meshes don't make mesh nodes. Meshes don't make mesh nodes. So any reference of a mesh node inside of here we need to get rid of it, right? When we create a new instance of a mesh, then we will do all of this code. But before then, we need to, it's when we load in an object file, it will just put it as a mesh. We now have a mesh, right? But we need another file, another function that creates a new mesh node for a mesh that we have loaded in. Let me see my asset struct. Can you fucking... Thank you. Mesh indices. Right. Yeah, because an asset can have multiple meshes. I think on mesh, how we want to reference them is by a name though. And we'll just leave it 128. And then when we load in a mesh, we just want to load in to the mesh name. Let's get rid of current mesh node. No more errors. Fantastic. Okay. We're going ASMR mode because no one's here. Okay. So now we need to have another function that initializes a new mesh. Or initializes a new mesh node. I'm realizing now that that the light mapping stuff is we're gonna have to refactor a lot. Let's go into load and should I put it in load or in init? I'm just gonna put it in init. We're gonna have the name that we're gonna search for the mesh with this name. We're gonna have the TRS for the transformation, and it's really it. Let's get the code that we had in load that was over here. Let's just copy and paste this over there so that we don't have to rewrite a bunch of boilerplate. Okay. We need mesh to have an asset ID. I don't want to just take in a TRS. I want to take in each vector. This is how I did it in my other engine. That way we have something to set it to. Okay. That's the function. Update water FFT. The fuck is that doing here? Okay, so that's the function. That gives us a new mesh node. I also kind of want to have on this an active boolean. Reason why is because we may need to have like a free list later, and I think it's pretty nifty to just have it for now. All right. So we will have, now that we're gonna init a new mesh node for this. Are both of these gonna have the same fucking name? I just realized that. They're both gonna have cube. Fucking shit. Yeah, okay. So fine. We'll make it more complicated. It has to be more complicated. because why wouldn't it be more complicated? This is going to be mesh name, but we're also going to have to search for the asset name. And then we're going to look through the assets meshes instead of the global meshes, because it's complicated. I just need to make sure if this... I need to make sure if our assets do get populated. And we do init a vector with the mesh indices. We need a... this. Asset mesh indices, MI. There we go. Okay, so that's what we care about. Now we have this, okay. So, instead of doing this, what we're gonna have to do instead is we want to go assets. And instead we're going to iterate through that. And then once we find the asset, then we'll iterate through that asset's mesh indices. Because you can have different assets with the same mesh name, like we just had with cube. So, kind of a pain in the ass, not gonna lie. Oh, also I never got the current mesh. I'm just gonna reference it by path right now, because I think that inside of, at least for object files, it doesn't really give you a thing other than the... So for now we'll just go by path. Okay, and now instead of casting the vec for this global's meshes, we want to get asset pointer asset equals at assets AIDX, and we will get that assets mesh indices. I'm just writing the same code that I just wrote. We're completely aware of that, but we're just going to ignore it. Okay. Okay, so if we want to get a new mesh node for this asset with the name of cube, and we will pass in the normal vectors for a object at the origin. I almost set it to 0 scale, that would have been bad. Then we can do this. Okay, so this is just the basic cube, right? We're not going to do anything else. We're not going to do anything else here. Okay. What is the easiest way we can just draw something to the screen without, just to test that we have this working? That's all we care about. Okay, so there are a few steps. So init mesh, init mesh has to actually happen for the mesh itself, I believe. Init mesh is how we get the holes, how we get the collision data from the raw vertices. So this actually needs to happen per mesh on initialization. So this actually does need to happen for each loaded in mesh. I just have it separate because of reasons. If this needs to happen per mesh on initialization, I wonder if I should just should I do a similar searching pattern for this, or should I just have it implicit from when I load in the mesh on initialization? I'm getting kind of overwhelmed, I'm not gonna lie. I think what I'm going to do, the least painful and the most kind of way that won't lock us into doing something that, like, immediately what I was thinking, like, per file that we get in, is there a way for me to determine if this needs a try BVH or a GJK hole? No, you know, like, I could flag all of the meshes with the special flag, but that means that every, you know, then we need to, like, actually do that per file, and that becomes a bit messy. What I'm just going to do is I'm going to make this searching logic to get a certain mesh from a certain asset name and from a certain mesh name. I'm just going to make this a function, and then that's what we'll use in init mesh. We'll just call init mesh for a certain asset with a certain mesh name, and that's what it will be. So we'll do mesh pointer get mesh. We're going to use retrieve mesh by name. And this will take in the asset name and the mesh name. And this will just literally do this. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. Mesh has an ID. Okay. Okay, so now that this is a function, we need to put this function in the header because we're about to refer to this from mesh.c. We will now be taking in, instead of taking in a mesh, we're just going to take in the names. Asset name, mesh name. Very simple. And we will get our mesh, retrieve mesh by name. So now everything becomes simpler. And we can hash things or, you know, figure out some other way later with an ID system, but for now this is just a way easier thing to deal with. Okay, so instead of MB0, we're going to refer to it the same way we refer to it up here. Okay. Add mesh to buffer. This is another one that has to be per mesh. It does have to be per mesh, not per instance, because you're literally uploading the mesh data to the buffer. The thing is, this might be instanced. No, don't think of it that way. The problem with all of this, right? The problem with all of this is that for our light map, we have our light map that is done on a per mesh basis. Meaning that we can't duplicate light mapped things without duplicating the actual meshes. Which is pretty fucked. That's pretty fucked. Yeah, mesh should happen on a mesh basis. This add mesh to buffer should happen on a mesh basis. For sure. So let's do it the same way. I'm not really happy about what I'm experiencing right now. Because yeah, I mean, it's true. Like a mesh, if we generate a light map on a mesh, those vertices need to get duplicated if we have another one. Yeah, because it's per vertex data. Or I could duplicate the vertices later. Yeah, there's no point. It's so complicated if I do that. No. Yeah, I'm just going to add a mesh to the buffer. And for now, everything will be per mesh in terms of light mapping. Not per mesh node. Because the vertices themselves would have to be duplicated, and at that point you might as well duplicate the entire mesh. It's so complex if I decide to do it any other way, and there's no guarantee there would be any point in doing it that another way. So I think I'm just going to do everything based on the mesh name, based on this convention. I think that's what I'm going to do. Or I could just like get a handle and then just like pass in a handle here and here and here, and just pass around handles instead of. All of this is stupid because at the end of the day, we're just gonna put a UI over this anyway, and so the whole concept of this is kind of stupid. We should just have an ability to duplicate a mesh, and then the rest of it doesn't fucking matter. I should not be worrying about it this much. I shouldn't be worrying about it this much. In fact, yeah. Just literally go... I'm thinking way too hard about this. The VL is the vertex layout. This is... Yeah. Okay, let's just see if this works. It's gonna have to build the whole thing from scratch. Camera. Oh, right. I got rid of all of the mesh nodes. Fuck. 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 It's actually not that bad. All we have to do is instead iterate the mesh nodes and then just like it's actually not that bad. I just was iterating everything backwards, and so I just have to iterate it like that. Caught up in a bad romance. Whoa. Yeah, I've got fucking just everywhere. It's everywhere, it's everywhere, it's everywhere. So when we're traversing a mesh BVH for the lighting, don't we just want to pass in the mesh node? I think so. Yeah, we should just be passing that in. Okay, so now instead of globals dot, instead of dude, this is such a fucking big refactor. Holy shit. Because we have to reference the mesh nodes instead of the fucking... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is so disgusting, actually. Holy shit, what the fuck did I code? I don't think it's necessarily my fault, it's just... Engines are so fucking complex, man. It's just ridiculous. So this is gonna have to change to MNs. God, we're gonna have so much fucking... So many big problems. So many big problems. Not NM. MN. Get rid of that. Incompatible pointer type. Meshes. We're gonna have some definite bugs. Definitely some bugs here. Definitely. I have to remember that we have to actually go onto the scene BVH builder and then make it run on mesh nodes rather than meshes. The whole reason this is, right, is so let's say you have a crate, a box, and that box appears many times in the scene. You don't want to duplicate the vertices that many times, and so you have what's just called a mesh node, right, that references that mesh and just draws it all over the place, right? But the problem is that my dumbass made everything based on meshes for convenience early on. And now we have to do it the opposite way, right? I am my worst enemy. You know what I mean? You feel me on that one? I am my worst enemy. The worst enemy is me. The refactor isn't like that mentally taxing, right? Like, it's not bad. It's just that I know that I'm gonna miss something, and the consequence of me missing that thing is gonna be a whole fucking shit ton of bugs. So that's what we have to suffer through now. Right. Right, so UVI. A mesh is guaranteed to have at least one mesh node. So each UVI actually needs to reference the mesh node instead of the mesh. Naturally. Alright, so let's go to the first problem, right? Right. So we need to make this not based on mesh, but mesh node. And so build UV islands. Yeah, it has to be based on the mesh node. Okay, so that's one issue resolved. We're gonna need to do the same thing everywhere though. So we're gonna first go to the mesh node. Why am I making another engine? Can someone answer that fucking... Oh my god. Oh. I have so much regret. I have so much regret. This is... I regret everything. Why are we doing this? Why did I want to do this? This is so stupid. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just go. Just go. MN mesh. But the thing is, I don't know. Where that internally is gonna hook up anymore. Shit. Oh no. What the fuck did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Oh no, the text goes to the mesh. Is it okay for the text? No, the text needs to go to the mesh node. No, it needs to go to the mesh node. It needs to go to the mesh node. Well, let's change the name of this too. It needs to go to the mesh node because it does, okay? Because it does. Because it fucking does. It's complicated. It's complicated. Solve light source. Okay, that should be fine. That should be fine. Oh, right. So we were here. So this takes in the text mesh node. Yeah, text mesh node. And then we get from the MN the mesh. Okay, that's solved. Mesh node. I have no clue how that's gonna hook into that thing, you know, now that you mention it. The hit mesh index. Huh. Okay. Okay. That might be a problem. That might be a problem. That might be a problem. Okay, so we need to go into this. We need to go where we hit mesh indices. Try MID for the mesh ID. I need the mesh node. Can I just go MN ID? MNs don't have an ID. What the fuck am I doing? Alright, mesh nodes need an ID. Mesh nodes need an ID. Okay, mesh nodes will now have an ID. When we make a new mesh node, we have to set the ID. MN ID equals. There we go. We have an ID now. Okay, fantastic. So now what we're gonna do is we will retrieve that ID. Okay, we'll retrieve that ID. And so now this hit is going to be mesh node IDX. Okay, we want to be clear there. Okay. Okay. And now it's just MN, hit MN, hit MN mesh. Okay. We're doing it. Okay, so now this is UVI mesh node, and then we will link in with the MN mesh. That one's an easy one. Okay. Now we're just gonna take a gander through all of the files And so obviously on rendering, we need to go through mesh nodes. That one's an easy one. That one's an easy one. Just swapping them around. Okay. Now let's see where we're at with the compilation, huh? The refactor is done? No, you're joking. Really? For me? No. No. Of course not. Of course not. What is the problem? String compare. '81. Retrieve mesh by name. Init new mesh node. String compare. Why? Why are we having such a problem? Can you not do strillen on that? Maybe we just hard code it 127, huh? Let's just call a spade a spade. Just said Claude. What's up, Rob? How are you doing, Rob? How's life treating you? I've an illness that makes me code engines all the time. That's my illness. That's my problem. So life's treating me all right. What the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking, like? Do I not know how string compare works, or what is the problem? Okay, here's a question. I have a question for you. What did I make this? Our path is 128, completely legal. Okay, now let's see what our, Okay, so let's just make this guy 128. All right, no problem. I've got no problems. And the other one's 128. So, I'm legitimately about to take the N off. I give zero shits. I don't fucking care. It's alright, I'm upset England lost in the World Cup. Yeah, I didn't watch it. I have no clue what they're talking about. My mom was telling me, "Oh, the World Cup's going on." It's like, what are we talking about? I just realized something. Hold on, I just realized something. We may not have a path. Aha. Yeah, I'm completely lost when it comes to soccer. Maybe it's just like I'm stupid, but like the thing is with soccer, bro, is that it's like I would get it if there were like big score numbers. You know what I mean? It's like you're telling me that on average they score one time a game. Like, come on, like. I'm not gonna watch that. Windows 10. It is Windows 10 because I'm too poor to get a new computer, and this computer sucks so bad that the NVIDIA drivers on Linux don't work on it, and it's even worse on Linux. So that's what I've decided. That's what I've what I came to the realization, and now we're back on Windows. Forcibly, I'm forcibly back on Windows. Let's install Arch Linux. I have it, Arch Linux, on this very machine, but the drivers are not great. So that's I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. Okay, so that path does exist. Okay, so is it... Okay, so we're gonna do some detective work here. Okay, so it's this. Wait. Yeah. It's 100% that. It's 100% that has nothing inside of it. Zero is inside of this mesh. This mesh has no name. Where the streets have no name. The streets have no name. I just went... Oh, it's not in this file. It's in load. What card? I run 30... And also older cards. It's a Windows laptop. That's the problem. I have a 1050 mobile in a laptop that was designed for Windows. A remote should get you 100K a year. It's time, lad. A remote coding job. Well, I think that they stopped selling those once AI came around. At least, you know, that's my, you know, I have attempted and I have failed. So that's where I'm at. It's possible. I've spent years trying to get this working on Arch. It doesn't work because Linux drivers don't have the exact version that works with the Surface Book 2, which is like whatever it is, 543.33 or whatever is the exact version that I need, and they don't have that on Linux, so it's just not possible. I know, I've done graphics programming for years on this thing. It's in AUR builds. It's not the exact version. It's not the exact notebook version. Trust me, it's not. It's not. Okay, so my Stritalk is just ill. I think it's ill. I think I need to do that. Is that what it is? You're gonna make me lose my fucking mind. You're gonna make me lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna go crazy. Wait a second. This is supposed to be... I'm like 90% sure that this is gonna give us the correct string anyway. I think it's just going into a bad index. Yeah, exactly. So it finds the correct thing. It just goes into the incorrect index. Oh, motherfucker. Order matters. Dude, you're gonna make me crash the fuck out. I'm sorry, you're gonna make me crash the fuck out. I have Linux. Are you telling me that you just went to fucking Claude and then and then asked it? That is so Claude coded, bro. That is so Claude coded. That is so Claude. That's just Claude. You're rage baiting the fuck out of me. You are so rage baiting. You get a Surface Book 2 and you do it, bro. You do a surface, and then prove it to me. Prove it to me, bro. Prove it to me. It overheats as fuck with the proprietary drivers on Linux. It just does. It overheats. It's dog shit. Oh, I cast it to size T. Is that it? Oh, I cast it to size T like an idiot. Okay, well that's that bug. That's not all of the bugs though. Okay, init vector v type size equals type size. The fuck? Build UV islands. 511. Oh fucking Christ! This refactor is gonna make me fucking lose my goddamn mind. Okay, 511. Init vector, island tries, size T. Okay. Tell me that this isn't a real island. Okay. Listen to me. We're not gonna do that for now. Oh, because we didn't have init UV islands. I didn't comment that back in. Okay, that's why. Bibadoom. Can't believe Rob came back to just rage bait me. That's just crazy, dude. That is just crazy. Today is not my day. No type size for vectors specified. In build UV islands. Oh, it's in here. I'm gonna guess. I need to just know if that's null before we move on. Is that null? It's not null. It's not null. Oh boy. This looks a bit funny. Wait a second. MN mesh. No, that works. I think. I probably fucked this up somewhere else. Oh, wait a second. This retrieves a mesh, but we need to give that a mesh node. Oh, right. Okay, so we're just not going to worry about the UV light map right now. We're not going to worry about the light map right now, because I just want to make sure that this shit works. The problem is that it's going to dereference a certain thing, fill buffer with mesh try. It's going to dereference that, and so we need it to not dereference that. Okay, we're probably rendering. It's just not showing us anything because I don't have. I just want to make sure that we're drawing to the screen, and then we can reinstate the the light map stuff. The light map stuff has to go based on mesh nodes instead of... The fuck are we talking about? What? Okay, it runs fine with GDB, but not in not GDB. Why? Why? Oh, probably because of this stuff, possibly. No. Oh my gosh, what is the problem? Alright, I'm gonna just do this the old-fashioned way. See if we stop crashing if I just take the draw out. No, it's not that. I'm gonna assume it's add mesh to buffer. But I don't... It's not that either. Is it a init scene BVH? Really? Oh my fucking god. That's terrifying. Why is it a init scene BVH? That's the problem. Really? Oh my fucking god. Disgusting. It's disgusting. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Okay. Init scene BVH. Oh. Mesh nodes count. Mesh nodes count. Mesh nodes count. I didn't change some of this stuff. All of this needs to be based on mesh nodes. This gets mn's I. Yeah, all of that is good. Mesh nodes. Shouldn't matter because we should have the same amount of mesh nodes as meshes. Oh no, we don't. We don't. We only have one mesh node but two meshes. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. Great. Alright, we can fucking ship it now. So right, yeah, the light map stuff is kind of fucked, not gonna lie. For example, this, right? This takes in a mesh node. So we need to have mesh nodes. We just simply, to test it, we could pass it mn0. Oh, it's the funny thing is that the adjacency map actually needs a mesh. So that is true. I need to go into here. You want me to review your PR? I'm all good. I don't make a lot of PRs myself. I probably should be making more PRs. I meant 0. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can do this. Remote coding job. Yeah, you know. If you've got a lead, you know, let me know. I'm very amicable. Like, hello. Oh. I get along well. No type size for vector specified. Again? Like, seriously? I changed that to mesh node. And we're still having problems. In build UV islands. I need to know if mn0 is null. We're gonna print shit out. Okay, no. So mn0 isn't null. Oh, hold on a second. This is supposed to be mn ID. That shouldn't matter though. Let's see this. I want to see what the mesh try count is, because I have a feeling like the only reason that would happen is if we like ran out of memory. So that's obviously like not good. But we have to give this a shot. Now 3776 is the correct amount. No type size for vector specified is weird. Because this is just size of size t. If I just build the adjacency map, do we run into like memory issues, or we stack, or we doing some... Yeah, maybe this is the problem. Oh no, but now it's the... No. Yeah, now it's just... Now it's just the fact... I don't have like a turn off light map thing, which I really should make that. But right now I just fucking comment it out. Okay, so the adjacency map is apparently not corrupting any memory, at least as far as I can tell. I mean, maybe that isn't true. I don't see how it would, to be honest. I do not see how it would. Let's try getting rid of the other mesh that we have loaded in. See if that changes anything for whatever reason. I definitely fucked up the refactor somewhere, but it's so weird that it's happening there. I just really need... What I need to do is I need to just like dump every fucking value that's here to see why. How about this? How about this? Let's just see if we segfault with actually doing nothing. Okay, we still segfault with actually doing nothing. And so it's really a init vector. That's Does the light map data not get initialized now? Because this is only going to work if it gets initialized. Am I just... Oh, I'm just stupid. Oh, I'm just stupid. Oh my gosh, I'm just fucking stupid. I just actually am really dumb. Okay, on to the next one. Add UV island to light map. At init UV islands 932. Add UV island to light map where? 55. MN mesh. Did I cast these correctly? It looks like I did. Alright, let's print this out, I guess. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, let's see what it says. If they're out of bounds or what. Yeah. So, MN mesh. Mesh node is 5. Okay. So somehow the UVI gets the wrong mesh node. Oh, because I commented this shit out when I was fucking doing the other shit. Oh. Okay, that's a lot of UV islands that are gonna print out, so I need to get rid of that. Okay, we are making the light map. We are blurring it, and we've finished it. And it's dog shit because we didn't actually do times light here. Alright, nice. Alright, the refactor is done. It was a pain in the ass, and we made some issues, but whatever. It's finished. It is finished. Alright, let's stress test it. Let's make a new mesh node. MN1. Gonna make a new instance of it at 20, 20, 10. We're not gonna do rotation and scale because it's kind of a pain in the ass. Knitting the mesh only has to happen per mesh. So all we should actually have to do is build UV islands for MN1. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of a pain in the ass. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have the ability, unfortunately, to duplicate the meshes, so this is probably gonna crash. Yeah. Let's see exactly where. I don't know how to mesh. Try build UV islands. 491. Now that doesn't make sense. Boobadoom. Why does the M1 not work? Why does the MN1 not work? Am I missing something? If I get rid of this one, does it work? Yeah, no, it's fine. Why? They should have the same exact mesh ID. They do. They do. So what is the seg fault for? Oh. One of them has this. What? I'm corrupting some memory somewhere. I just want to see if it's right after. MN0 gets touched by MN1. Let me try to pinpoint it. Yeah, it gets touched when we do this. When we expand mesh nodes by 1. Do I not initialize this? I do. Unless I'm somehow not calling init globals, which I definitely do. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. Oh my god. I'm really dumb. I'm really stupid. I'm really stupid. I'm really stupid. Obviously, these pointers aren't gonna work because it's a vector. Duh. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Obviously, that's not gonna work. Yeah. So the handles to them are pointless. We could give an index instead. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way that I could have the same mesh have different vertices be displaced by a certain mesh node thing. Basically, it would just be the light map UVs that differ. Yeah, it's tough. I would have to emit the vertices twice. right now the try itself points to actually a bunch of things. Well, not a ton, but the tries themselves point to material, UV island, and UV IDX. Obviously, each mesh node has its own UV island and own UV IDX. So one triangle can't reference both. So that would have to be per mesh node data. Yeah, I think the easiest way of doing it instead... Does init mesh just create a new... No, it doesn't. The only way to init a new mesh, a mesh twice, is to literally load it in multiple times. And we can't load it in multiple times now because we have it keyed in by name. So we'd have to make a function that duplicates a mesh, creates a new mesh node as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's the only way to do it, unfortunately. Even though it's kind of ugly. Unless you mark a mesh for it and then emit vertices for each one separately. But how would you... How do you... I have an idea. It's kind of a stupid idea, but I have an idea. Per mesh, what if you had a flag? A flag here. Light map instanced. And then if the mesh is light mapped instanced, then you refer to the mesh nodes, and the mesh nodes have a map. Which is just a And that's just allocated to the amount of tries. And then it goes, that is what holds that data instead of being on the triangles itself. And now we can get rid of that from the triangles. And that's going to cause some errors. It should. Okay, exactly. So fill buffer with mesh try. Should it really be taking in a mesh node? Or should we find all of the nodes with this mesh? If I add mesh to buffer with a mesh node, does it make sense? Probably not. Probably not. So we need to find... Okay, so let's do it then. So let's get a... Okay, so what it's going to be is if the mesh is lightmap instanced, then we're going to do this. Otherwise, we're just going to add it regularly. Else, we're just going to go through it and just add it without this. The LMUV will be we'll change the inner. I don't want to do that. We're going to go through every mesh node. If mns I dot mesh doesn't equal mesh ID, continue. Otherwise, we will emit vertices. And we will use what we just did, this UV map. We want to change this to J. Okay. Okay, now to resolve all of the issues that are going to come because of this. Here we put it on that. We may have to pass in a new argument for this. Yeah, we will. We have to pass in a UV mapping. How do we get the... I don't know. We're building all of the UV islands here. So this is going to be if mn UV map free mn UV map and UV map equals calc. Okay, that's done. Okay. Next challenge is inside of here. We need to get the MN. We do have the MN. So this is now going to be MN UV map indexed by tries I dot UV IDX equals I. And when we hit it, we need to go... do we have a hit MF hit.try? MN... Wait, hold on. We need a hit MN. Hit MN UV map hit.try .uv island. This is not easy. Not easy. Okay. This is not easy. So, if I'm gonna add a flag to this, to a init mesh. It's now gonna take in later we can figure this out better. This is in mesh.h. And all we want to do is mesh lightmap instanced equals lightmap instanced. Is that it? Did I do it? I think I need to get something to drink. Build UV islands. Mesh tries. 491. Oh, it's the same thing. Oh, right, it's this again. Oh, right. Yeah, I have no way of getting there other than literally doing this and then iterating them, so that's what I'm gonna do. Boo-boo-doom. Come on. Come on. What is it now? Has to be something else. Where? 498 on free. Oh yeah, I never set that up for it to. I forgot to do that. Or I didn't forget it. It was in the back of my head, and then I didn't ever set it to null. This is why they say C is unsafe, because if you forget to put null and then you free, and then you get sad. That's why C is unsafe. Okay, let's see. 777. Seven, 7, lucky sevens. MNUV map tries I. How is this out of bounds? When we're indexing MF. We calculate to mesh tries count. So how are we going out of bounds? Unless tries I is bad. Let's see. I is 0 and then we crash. Okay. How do we get MN here? UVI mesh node. And we cast it incorrectly. Keep going, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we were casting it incorrectly. Thank God I figure that out before we went down the rabbit hole there. Okay, I think we're solid. Okay, good. I think we're out of the woods now. Are we out of the woods? We are. We are. Okay, so now we have 2 individually light map meshes, although the light doesn't appear to be on them. I think that's because I turned the light map off. Unless I didn't. Then that's bad. Okay, that is bad. That is bad. So why is that the case? Huh. I don't know. I'm going to guess that the lighting calculation isn't per mesh node, and that's the problem. I think that my lighting calculations themselves need to be changed. When we solve light source, I do pass the mesh node, but do I translate it by? I do translate it by MN. Everything does happen per mesh node. Let's try something here. Let's try only doing one mesh node and then seeing. Also, let's turn off indirect lighting because that takes forever to fucking compute right now. That's just taking forever. And turn off the blurring, just so that we can quickly iterate and see what's going on. Okay, so this is just one. Okay, so we have light. We have light. But with 2, we don't have light anymore. I wonder if the order matters. Huh. Okay. Let's try changing the order. I think it's processing the second one over the first one instead of processing them separately. Yeah. So the second one always gets the lighting. Okay. So we have some issues with. They both have separate vertices and stuff. It's just that the lighting isn't separate for them, which is annoying. I think that there's probably something that I'm not thinking of to change in all of my logic, because we're not running into any seg faults or bugs anymore. I think that there's a logical issue with it. I'm pretty sure that the UV islands aren't the problem. That should be pretty simple. Might be when I init them and add them to the thing. Right. First of all, get rid of that. Well, no. No, don't get rid of that. Hold on. No, it's on the UVI. It's on the UVI. Yo, what's up, Luca? I'm doing alright. Just, grinding away. I'm working on a new light mapper. It's kind of cursed. What I'm working on right now is I basically have different meshes, and the way I'm doing it, instead of duplicating the meshes themselves, I'm allowing them to be instanced, but the vertices themselves have to be separate because of the light map UVs. So it's kind of a pain in the ass, to put it lightly. And somewhere there's an inconsistency. And I have to track it down. Cool stuff. Thanks. Thank you. It is cool. Earlier I built this cool I built this blurring that happens across the triangles. So that was pretty cool it like recursively walks in an adjacency map. That part is cool. That part is cool. They should go into separate parts of the map. I want to see if we actually have those. I want to get something to drink really quick. So I probably will do that in a sec. Let's see. One. Okay, so we do have different mesh nodes happening in there. Yeah, it's a million different things it could be, to be honest. Alright, I'm gonna get something to drink. Because I'm kind of thirsty. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. All right, I think I've kind of an idea of what's happening. I think what's happening is that, well, one of two things is happening. We either are allocating in the light map the exact same space. We're either writing to the exact same space as the other UV islands, or our light calculation is off. Which I kind of think that it can't be off. I don't think it can be off. Let's try a few things. Let's get rid of some extraneous stuff here that that may be affecting it. I'm pretty sure that it has to be, the issue has to be when we build the UV islands or when we init the UV islands. It's 100% has to be. Hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second. In init UV islands, when I add island to light map and assign UVs, MN UV map tries I UV IDX I. No, it has to be separate ones. And they are definitely separate. They are 100% separate because one gets processed and the other one doesn't. At this point, it's almost like I'd wonder if there isn't enough space on the light map, though I doubt that because there wouldn't be light at all. There wouldn't be light at all. Only the most recent mesh node gets processed. Only the most recent mesh node gets processed. Do I set mesh node? Does mesh node have an ID? It does. All right, peace out, Luca. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a nice night. And mesh definitely has an ID. Just wanted to make sure that mesh node has an ID and that we set that up. No, I've got no clue. I've got no clue. I'm lost. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it would work for one and not for the other. Like, if I just do this, then it works, right? What? Oh, it finished. I was just... Let's make it close to the light so that I can see. Okay, so we can see the red and the blue at the bottom there. But then when we add a second one, the light is only going to appear on one of them. See? It's processed the same for both of them. Hold on. We may just be emitting them improperly on the rendering side. The rendering side... I want to see what I is. Zero and one. So 0 and 1 go through. If j is less than 10, I want to print out I want to see if they're the same. See if they're the same. No, they're different. They have separate UV islands. They just get processed the same. Then it has to be in the light map, in the actual light map generation. There's no other way. Unless they both get the same... the same texels. Which I doubt. Let's do the same thing here. If j is less than 10, let's print the texel IDX. Somewhere, something has to be going into the same spot twice. Okay, well, that's a lot of texels. That's a lot of fucking texels, man. Well, shit. I was just... Yeah, then maybe we can't compare. Really, that many texels? For just the first triangle. Oh, it's the first triangle in each island. In each island. Okay. So just do tries J. Just do tries J. My bad. Nope, they have different texels. See, these are in 500,000. So they have completely different texels. That's what I wanted to see. So yeah, I guess how they solve the lighting must get fucked up then, huh? Solve light source must be wrong. But the very position has to be... The very texel position would have to be different then. Would have to be the same. So let's print out the positions. That's what we should do. So for the first triangle, let's just print PA. Let's see if PA is translated differently in terms of model matrix. It is. It fucking is. No, I think I realize what's happening. I'm being stupid. No, but it is translated. It is. We have to be reading from the wrong thing. We have to be rendering it wrong. Wait, no, but M offset M count should include it. It should include it. And that's why it's drawing, is because it does include it. Shit. God damn it. Let's print out the literal UVs. Let's print out the literal UVs. That being translated means that I'm calculating it properly. We're calculating the light properly. The UVs are not the same. They're not the same. The UVs are not the same. Maybe instead of PA, I should be doing pause, huh? Let's do all of the texels. The pause. For all the first. Hold on a second. Is that true? Or did I just like cut it off too early? No, the texels have a different position. Fuck. The index has a different position. Wait, hold on a second. Oh. Wait a second. Okay. I think I understand. If I just hard code a render pass for just one mesh node, it has two of these on top of each other. It should have. It's impossible to tell. But that's the problem. The problem is that we need both of them. We need to... Oh, that's the problem. That's the problem. Is that the mesh nodes have to have a offset and account. Yes. The simple way to do this is to just actually, instead of fill buffer with mesh try, to just use a mesh node instead. And then the mesh node gets the mesh offset and count, because the offset is going to be different for both of these since it needs to go twice. So let's just make an override here, because each mesh node if a mesh is lightmap instanced, then the mesh nodes and the corresponding mesh nodes need to each have an offset and account. Which needs to get set here. But we have a current offset. What is this offset? Do I use that directly? What is count? Count is the vertex count. Okay. So that is the vertex count. So mn offset equals current offset. Let's just have a current count to be simple. We can make it not stupid later. I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. Okay. So now we will use mn offset and mn count. And we'll live a happy, lovely life. Did I get it right? Did I get it right this time? Are we happy? I don't see a second mesh. I do not see a second mesh. Did I get rid of the other one when I was debugging? No. Oh, why can't you just work? Current count has to equal 0 each time. That's something. The one over it is invisible. Why can't you just work? Do I have to print out what the offset is? Like, why is this? Why? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. No, you fucking prick. Oh, because I need to allocate it. I need to allocate it more. Fuck. Okay, where do I allocate it? Layout current offset plus V size. V size equals M tries count. Right. 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 You piece of shit. What? Tell me why. Nothing but a... What? Bro, listen to me. Listen to me. I've already calculated the size. Okay? Oh. I didn't calc mesh size M here. That I didn't do. Okay? That I didn't do. Bibadoom. That I didn't do. I didn't really expect to spend all of today doing this refactor. I like, seriously. Okay, it's finished. Okay, so there was an incredible amount of time that we spent getting it so that we can now instance meshes pre-light map, meaning that we load in one mesh once and add it to the light map in multiple instances so that they can get different lighting. Now, the amount of pain and suffering that was caused because of that, the jumping is pretty crazy. We have to fix the jumping and shit. I'm glad that we did it. I mean, like, you know, I think I'm a little bit unhinged because of it, but, you know, all in all, we did a good job. Like, you and me, we did a great job. I think we should be proud, to be honest, of what we accomplished here. I know I am. Bro is literally just talking to himself, bro. Also, the light map is filling up already. My cough is still on the screen. Yeah, the light map is already filling up. Damn, that's pretty dark, bro. Yeah. I have to do some work with the collision stuff. It is dark. I think it's the AO that makes it dark, or it's the blur that makes it dark. It's obviously not the indirect that makes it dark. Ain't nothing but a ain't nothing but I need to clean up this code. That's what I need to do next. I need to just spend, like, you know, a good like 30 minutes just cleaning it up. Just forking an old version and then cleaning it up. We also got to get some better assets, I think, to test this stuff with. I had this dream and I want to make the model that was in the dream and then import it and then see if we can like make the lighting correct. Yeah, there is some ugliness. There's definitely some ugliness on the underside. Don't know what that's from. Like on the top side it's fine. On the bottom it's not. I don't know. I wonder why that is. I guess I never looked on the model on the bottom. I wonder if the blur is causing that or what. Maybe the blur doesn't work with the mesh node. The mesh nodes all have different texel lists for the blur. So technically should be pretty compatible. Alright, Oh. You know what it actually might be? It might be the texture albedo sampling might be throwing it off for whatever reason. With the low texel size, maybe? I don't know. Wow, that is fucking horrible. Why is it so bad? Why is it so fucking ugly? Let's try with just one mesh again. And then see if it's a problem with just two meshes. It does seem to be a problem with the two meshes. Let's just try this one. Ain't nothing but a See, it's fine. But then both and it doesn't work. It seems specifically like the indirect doesn't work. It seems specifically like the indirect doesn't work. Because without indirect, it seems fine. Yeah. Without indirect, it's fine. So, it has to do probably with with all of this nonsense. Hit mesh node, UV map, hit.try, UV island. Yeah, that sounds cursed as fuck. Who the fuck designed this? Huh? What type of idiot? I wonder if hit.try is coming back correct. Let's get rid of this. Uh-oh, God is angry. God is angry at me. God, why are you angry? I guess it's the first time we actually use this SDBVH indices on mesh nodes. I guess that is the first time we use it. Wait, hold on. MN isn't the hit node, is it? No, it is. Let's not use the BVH. Let's just bypass it. Might take forever with it bypassed, but whatever. It's actually completely fine. Okay, so it's not that. If I bypass this, oh my god, yeah, you can't bypass that. No, 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 no. That would literally be, it would take forever. If I had to guess, we're just getting the wrong ID back sometimes. We could try to hard code this again. However, I haven't done this in a while, and so we need modder. I doubt that this even would work if we wanted to test this because of the internal stuff that has to get done. The internal matrix translation that happens in the other function just isn't present here. Wait, what? Can I see what's happening here? Or can I just like not normalize it just to see if we're hitting? It looks like we're hitting. So I guess our scene BVH is broken somehow. It's not really showing me any bounces. I'd love to see a bounce or two. We could also just do this. Just hard code the bounce. Yeah, there's 0 bounces happening. because in this function, you do this per node. You give in this PM. Yeah, you can't skip it because of that. We would have to do some crazy shit to skip it. Let's just check out. We definitely are going to both of them. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't put a new line at the end, but as you can see, we go to 1 and 0. We do go to both 1 and 0. Yeah, I may have to leave this to another day. I don't really know. This may be like one of these things where I just need to take a good portion of a day to debug it, because I mean, this just made it really bright, but I think it's probably bouncing way too much. It's probably bouncing on itself. This needs to be inverse pause for a good reason, you know? Because you have to mull it by the inverse. To get it into the local space before you go into traverse the BVH. Honestly, it might be something where we should like bypass the BVH and then just do it with like a lower poly mesh, so that we can avoid all of this, all of the debugging. We can just make sure that the BB. Oh my god, dude, what now? Oh, it doesn't have a fucking diffuse texture, and I don't have. Where does diff buff come from? It comes from the material, and it doesn't have a material. and that's like a whole thing that I have to do now. It's just something that I need to wait another day for. It's just literally that simple. It's just literally that simple. Where even is it? Where's material on here? Maybe it just is per triangle. Make that an integer, and then we'll just have to have it as a thing where just recompile the whole goddamn project because I changed a fucking header. Oh, it's just fucking so lost. The fact that you have to put this everywhere now is just crazy. Oh my god, and it's going to... It's not going to render anything because of the fucking shader. Now I'm not sure if it's just so low res that it's shit or what. Now I have no clue even what the issue could be now. So it's like, what's the point of even... It just looks so bright. I'm bypassing both of them. I mean, this is so low poly that it's like that it's like I can't even tell if the problem is happening or not. You know what I mean? So this was a bad idea. Because I can't debug with that mesh. So that was a bad idea anyway. Maybe it is a good idea to just do the light map itself though. But yeah. Can't. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'll just have to fix this tomorrow. I'm kind of zoned out of it after all the shit that I went through today. Yeah, so the full thing gets covered. It's just the texels themselves that, you know. So the full thing gets covered. It's just the hit index that's wrong, I'm pretty sure. The UVs somewhere are wrong. Is wrong. And I have no way of testing it. So yeah, I don't know. Here's something. Let's not parallelize it. Ever thought about that? What about that? Oh, it's gonna take forever. Oh, it's gonna take forever. Technically shouldn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we're reading from the wrong texels somewhere. Do you think that one just looks fine because we don't get bounces and it's just the bounces themselves that are the problem? Maybe it's just bounces themselves that... Maybe it's just the low texel resolution that's the problem. Yeah. 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 I don't think it's the map that's wrong at all. I think it's just that our resolution is super low. And that's just the cost of it. Yeah, there seems to be a pattern in it, which I don't like. Four is going to take forever to blur. Alright, well, I guess I don't even think that this is a bug then. I don't even think this is necessarily a bug. Yeah, the blurring is going to take forever. Yeah, there are some like grid aligned artifacts and stuff. All right. Well, at least that's settled. But I have to figure that out. All right, I'm gonna peace out. Have a nice day. I think I'm gonna do some more research on the collision and physics stuff. I wanna figure that out, but I have no clue how to do it. No clue how to do it. And I gotta figure out this like grid aligned. I'm not even worried about the sides. Like the sides are like whatever, but the grid aligned sort of artifacts is probably hard to see, but it's kind of annoying. But I'm probably doing something wrong either with the blur, or maybe I just have to turn up the texel resolution, but turning up the texel resolution is pretty sucky. Like making this any higher is like pretty crazy, because the map just ends up being so much memory, just literally so much memory, you know. All right, I will see you guys soon. Yeah, the grid aligned kind of artifacts are interesting. Yeah. My blur might be strangely biased that we built today. Also, this should never be going through. It should never go into here. Yeah, I think going based on this local count idea, technically you could have triangles that are yeah, we should probably just like go out by some radius rather than using this if local count is greater than 0. Because it might be exiting out too early. Yeah. Yeah. All right, peace out.